Hey everyone, how's it going? Hope you're all having a lovely day. I always say that. I am so predictable. It is I, Sarah Lenny, the magical cat girl. I play retro games, you know me. If you're here, you know me at least. And if you're not here, then why aren't you? Last time I streamed, I was playing Crash 2. We're going to be resuming Crash 2 today. Been playing some of the new Fortnite season recently, and I gotta say, every single player is completely and utterly cracked except me. You know? Do you ever play a video game and you just feel that way? Like, oh my god, I've got hundreds of hours in this game and I suck? Something about this season just results in instant death the moment that I am anywhere. That's just the kind of way it goes with this one. You with Hitman? Hitman eventually clicked with me, but it definitely took a while. I really like Hitman. You guys probably knew that. If you didn't, though, I wrote a whole long review at one point on Steam of the Hitman World of Assassination trilogy. Just a link to that if you're curious. Of course, I like Hitman. Yeah, and Brett the Hitman Hart is not so bad either. But yeah, they've got the Simpsons season going on, and the way the world looks is really good in this season of Fortnite. It's all completely cell shaded, and it just looks impeccable if you ask me. But boy, somehow it just brought out all the strongest players. I used to be able to win, and now I can't even get, like, top 50. You don't think you've played Hitman? I think that you can play one mission of it for free on Steam. And right now the game is on sale with just Hitman 1, not the other stages, for $6. But yeah, it has a starter pack, which I think the starter pack is basically just one mission plus the tutorials. So that's also an option if somebody just wants to try it. Why do I always end up at such a loss of things to talk about? I gotta get better at this. I guess it's because I haven't been up to enough lately. Yesterday, I spent the entire day cleaning my room because the floor gets dirty. You know, you've got a cat in the house, of course the floor gets dirty. So I just spent the day convincing myself to do that. And I've always believed that, how to put it? Clean room, clean mind. Does that make sense? If your surroundings are cleaner, it's easier to think. Even the stuff right in front of you? Because, like, if you've got all of this visual stimulation all the time right in front of you where you're sitting, it can be hard just to think, because you're already thinking about all those things all the time. Does that make sense? So I think it's always important to keep the area that you're always looking at and always existing in clean, in order to keep your mind from dealing with all that too. I've also been playing some Payday 2 recently. I've kind of returned to the game. And did you know that game can be very, very hard? I mean, haven't failed many of the heists I've done, but very hard game. Unless you're playing on normal, then it's like Babby's first FPS game. Escape from Duckov. I feel like I've heard about that. But I have no idea with it. Oh, I used to eat the candy bar at Payday with the peanuts and the caramel. I used to eat that. One of the small behind-the-scenes pieces of information here is I've started keeping a spreadsheet with my stream plans and ideas and stuff like that. And I think that keeping all of that together will really help me, because one of the biggest problems I have that makes me not stream as much as I'd like is simply, oops, I don't know what to stream. And like, I have a million ideas and a million plans, but then the moment that I'm actually sitting down to do them, I'm like, wait, what was I doing again? You know? So you guys should know, we've got a sub discount going on right now for like gifting 5 or more subs at once. Twitch has been giving a lot of people these discounts. They can distribute them to various promotions. I had been intending on using them in all the Sonic marathons, but I forgot. So we've got that up today, and we will also have that on the remaining 2 Sonic marathons of the month, I believe. It seems like something to do. Seems kind of important. I don't want to waste something like that, you know what I mean? Yeah, I will accept ideas from my friends and at least note them down on the sheet. It's gonna be useful to me though, having that sheet and having ideas, because like I have a million ideas. They come to me randomly and I'm like, oh man, that's such a good idea, I should play that. And then a week goes by and I don't even remember that I had the idea, even though it was a great idea. I have a bad sense of memory, partially because of my aphantasia. I'm sure that some people can understand that because memory, you understand, is actually a very visual thing. Most people have memories that they recall using, like, images, almost thumbnails, in order to call them back. But since I don't have that, my recall is difficult. It's not as easy as a lot of people's. You know what? I want to say hello to Adam, to Ed, to Neo Zero, to Desi, to Chaotic Claw, No Credit Clear, Orphan, Speedy Bree, Spinner, Abre, Cascade, hello to you, Firehawk, Psychic Space Cow, Grilson, Space Duck, and Musme. Hello everyone! It's been a while since I've said hello to everyone like that, but, you know. Sometimes it feels more personal and appropriate. Now, I want to start. Hey, Suika, I want to start the game. You're like halfway through this game.
You know what they say, the more the merrier.
They do say that. They do say that.
Start to begin.
Well, SMH. But yes, hello to Skytech and to Furry. I am so sorry that that happened. My OBS just froze when I tried to change to this scene. I have no freaking clue why. I hate technology. One of my favorite Doctor Who quotes, "I hate computers and refuse to be bullied by them." The second Doctor said that. Be having. I'm kind of glad, though, that I was able to get the stream back up in time, so the stream didn't, like, get lost. We might have lost some people who were watching. That was quick. I am one of the few people who has seen every episode of Doctor Who that is still in existence. I haven't seen literally every episode because several of them are lost. I also dragged Roto along with me on that journey, so That poor soul has also seen all of that. Dr. Ware. Okay. Poor Crash. It gave you arachnophobia? What happened? I mean, I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks, but also I'm just like, what happened? You know? Rutabaga. 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 So all of the recent stuff is specifically on Disney Plus, although regrettably, Disney has dropped Doctor Who, and that means that there won't be more Doctor Who for a while. They're coming back on Christmas of next year. But for all the recent stuff, you need Disney Plus to watch if you're in America. But all of the stuff before Disney, but after the reboot, is on HBO Max. All of the classic stuff is on a service called BritBox. Except for some of the reanimated ones where they animated old lost episodes, which have to be purchased separately on like Amazon or viewed at... Is it AMC? Somewhere really weird that you wouldn't expect it to be. That's what I remember. Hey, how you doing? But yeah, Doctor Who has been in so many places in the West that it's kind of complicated in that way. Crash! Hey, Xanathus. Yeah, I imagine pirating Doctor Who is probably not that difficult. It is a obviously very popular and well-known series. It is very difficult to avoid these bees. I'm trying to figure out the right technique to do it, but I'll figure it out. Ah, I didn't press the button quick enough. By the way, is the stream okay since I restarted OBS? It seems like it's fine, but I want to make sure with you all. Yeah, Crash is not doing well. Hey, Nas. I will say honestly, if somebody wants to get into Doctor Who more, most people will probably be happier just watching New Who. You know, starting with the Christopher Eccleston stuff, the Ninth Doctor. You could also watch the movie, which comes before that and has the Eighth Doctor in it. But mostly I think that people wanting to get into the show more will primarily want to watch New Who. Are you telling me there's a math error, Roto? That's pretty funny. Yes, not absolutely. Honestly, the Doctor I like the most is probably Peter Davison. I don't think that's a super common opinion, but his entire run was a delight. Okay, so as long as I'm in this surface, I can just dive. But if I'm under a surface, if I'm on a surface like this, I can't. Well, if you want to watch Classic Who on streaming, you need BritBox. And if you don't want to use BritBox directly, for example, if you're trying to use it on something like a TV that doesn't have that sort of thing, because BritBox app is pretty, it's not really existent on other platforms. You can subscribe to BritBox on Amazon, oddly enough, through Amazon Prime Video, and you can watch all that stuff there. Oh, so he can still do damage to me even if I'm under there. Oh, Tom Baker's great. There's a reason that he is the one people think of most when they think of the Doctor from back in the day. He is very good. But Davison's run is very underappreciated, I think. You're willing to bet there are a ton of quality DVD box sets? There are! But the catch is, the way Classic Who is, each story is so many episodes that if you're going to get everything, you're going to have an enormous amount of DVDs. As many as you would have VHS tapes if you were trying to collect another series. Classic Who is incredibly long. And that's why I can't specifically recommend Classic Who to anyone. The story pacing is very slow a lot of the time. There are some really good stories in there. And if somebody wants to get interested in it, I would 1000% encourage them. But most people want to watch New Who because it is a more traditional format that the West is used to. Whereas Classic Who, like, it was a weekly format where they would have a cliffhanger at the end of each episode in order to keep you coming back for the next week. Hello, Pony. Welcome. How are you? So yeah, thanks for listening to my TED Talk about watching Doctor Who. I basically feel like there's no wrong way to enjoy Doctor Who. I just think that most people want New Who. And if you love New Who, you can check out Torchwood, and you can check out Sarah Jane Adventures. And if you end up finding that even after all that, you love Doctor Who and you want more, then you can check out Classic. That's my personal feelings on it. But Classic Who is the hardest part to get into. Phew. Yeah, that does happen. That does happen. And there's a non-canonical sequel to that episode that is absolutely terrible. Because you see, there are some home video only episodes, quote unquote, of Doctor Who that are not technically licensed Doctor Who productions, but were made by people who had the rights to certain enemies or characters. So they decided they would make some money by making an episode using those. And so one of them is that they made a sequel to that story. And it is awful. Which is funny because that story itself is quite good. Kaboom! Chaos Emerald! Da 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 da! I ended up getting both things. Ash, you don't need to showboat that hard. At the pace that I did it, it took like a couple years to get through all of Doctor Who, I think. And I simultaneously feel like, yeah, it was worth it. And yet, if I had to make the same decision again, if I went back in time and had to make that decision again, I wouldn't. I would go, hell no. Let's watch all Star Trek or something. But it was still good. Just that's why I can't recommend it to anyone but the people most interested in Classic Who, because it's such a huge undertaking. Crap. Classic Who is black and white for the first two Doctors. It's color starting with the third Doctor, because it spans a huge amount of years. It was a long-running series. I mean, in that time, during Classic Who, there were 6 Doctors. Yeah, before the reboot. Basically everything up to and including the movie. So, New Who starts with the 9th Doctor. And then Disney Who starts with the 14th Doctor, as sort of, kind of its own era, but also part of New Who.
Kaboom!
Ow. What hit me? Yeah, one thing to know about Classic Who is if you take it in, stick to the show. Because it is impossible to try to take in all of the audio dramas and stuff like that, and most of them are not canonical. They're more like soft canon, like, oh, you can believe this
What a shame.
If nothing contradicts it directly, sure, believe this, or maybe it's an alternate take, etc. But for the most part, you really only need to know the TV shows. All of the TV shows are relevant to varying degrees, though. For example, there was this pilot called something like, it was about K9? It was K9 and something. I don't know why it's slipping my mind what it was called all of a sudden, but, yeah, they had a spin-off based entirely on K9. It only got a pilot, and the pilot's not great, but then the stuff that happened in it is technically canon, even though it never properly aired. It's weird stuff. Because next time you see Sarah Jane, she's with K9, and uh-oh. I can't get past this because I did this that way. Whoops! Oh. Canine and Company. You're right. Like, my brain was wanting to say, like, Canine and Crew or Canine and Friends, and I knew they were wrong, so I'm like, why am I not remembering this, you know? My recall has not been as good recently, even for my standards. Also, it has a really funny opening. Where they just repeatedly have K9's voice actor robotically going, K9! K9! Whoops. Well, I guess I'm forced to accept this result. At least I can still get some extra lives out of this, maybe. Whoops! I fell out of the back of the stage. You don't strictly have to be an Austrian action star for Total Recall. There is that terrible reboot that doesn't even have Mars in it. But for some reason still has the three-boobed lady. It does not have Mars in it. It does not. I know how insane that sounds. Because it is insane. We're talking about Total Recall, Ed. I was explaining that the reboot that they did, you know, the remake or whatever, does not have Mars in it. He knows this. Hydration. I probably should. You know, this does feel like a bonus stage for experts. I should probably just be using the D-pad, though. That would help. I'm not even going to try to unpack what you just said. Hello, Herbu. Hey, Graf. Oh, no. I was doing so well. You know, I have a lot of lives. I could just go ahead. What the? Monkeyed. Hey, Marionette. Basically just getting started over here. Crap. This level is the one I was stuck on at the end of last stream. Although I'm already seeing that I'm doing somewhat more consistently and better than I was then. It's clear that I had fatigue. Have I ever played Crash Bash? No. Crash Bandicoot 1 is the only other Crash game I've ever played besides this. Oh lord, this part. This part is messed up. I feel like this next part is probably much easier in, like, the trilogy, the remakes. Simply on virtue of resolution and depth perception. Of which both are in high demand and low supply here. Old Hard Crash, I think I did that one. Sounds familiar. Whoops. I didn't have enough speed. I was too hesitant, apparently. I deserve that. I don't even care about the Mercy mask that's given to me here. Because it doesn't even matter to the part that's difficult. Yeah, I know that the hitboxes are different, but at least I'd have any idea when to jump. You get what I mean? Oh god, there's a third one. It's not over yet. Well, it still counts as getting the crystal, but I don't think that'll last. It'd be very funny, though, if I didn't have to clear the level. Hey, an extra life for some reason. Did they know? Ah, back in the day, I played a lot of games with a friend, who sadly I don't really hear from anymore. I miss him. But I doubt I would have played something like Crash Bash by myself. If I had played it, I mean. Whoa! I guess it's just going to give me infinite extra lives for this section, though, as long as I reach the extra life. Like, they clearly knew that this was a problem. Yeah, I hope my rant about Doctor Who and how to watch it was useful to someone. And by all means, somebody can definitely just pirate the show, but if they do, they better know what they're getting into. Why would you want to get me addicted to anything? I'll play something, but... No, these platforms are absolutely slippery. They are angled, and so you slide down them. You can see Crash sliding down it right there. Huh?
Game over.
But I guess it stopped giving me the lives. It was just random, huh? Anyway, this is the hardest level in the game so far. Easily.
What have I got?
Bum, 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 bum. Oh, I know, but that section started giving me one-ups. So I thought for a bit that, oh, the developers knew there was an issue here, so they made it give 1-ups if you fail too many times. But then it stopped giving 1-ups, I guess. So I did in fact die and fail. Attack mode. Carefully now. Oh, there was a mask upgrade there. There's the checkpoint. It is so hard to get past that without getting hit. It is unclear when the hitbox expires, basically. Okay, let's try the bonus section again. Extra lives would be useful after all.
That was pure skill!
The thing with classic Doctor Who is, because the stories are so long, when you actually run into a bad one, it feels like an eternity, you know? You run into a bad episode that's poorly written, and you look at the episode list, and oh, there's 5 more episodes of this. I certainly can't list them. Why is my model frozen? Okay. The thing about, like, Star Trek, right, is you watch a bad episode and it's over. You watch a bad episode and you're on to the next episode and it's an entirely new story by a different writer. With classic Doctor Who, you get stories that are like 4 to 8 episodes long, and in a couple cases like 12, because like an episode, like a story got canceled, and so they just expanded the existing story to fill the blanks. And you know, you're just stuck with that. Which I have to emphasize, this is part of why people appreciate New Who more, because New Who is 1 story per episode with occasional 2-parters. Heck yeah. I did it. Move along home. I watched that episode not that long ago. I thought it was fine. Not amazing, but fine. Roto, what did you think? About the Move Along Home episode of the S9. You know, the board game one? Bye, Fry. point. 8 lives, pretty good. Oh crap. Is it like Home Alone? No. At least I got across that part without getting hit. Yeah, Quark having a total breakdown during that episode is very good. It's like actually showing some humanity for once in his life. What's D&D dungeon design adapted to an episode of Star Trek? Yeah, I could see it. What the? The lighting's all messed up this time. If I couldn't see it before, I sure can't see it now. Oh, I hit the button very conveniently there, so I don't need to make any risky jumps. Oh, hell yeah. I'm invincible. Not, I'm dead. Not invincible now, though. That was one of the classic foibles right there. Give me my Chaos Emerald. Because I conquered this damn place. Am I an officially licensed webcomic RPG? Oh no. I read all of Homestuck recently. Don't do that. If you have to pick one really long thing to do, I would take Classic Who over Homestuck.
Crash, I have discovered that the opposition is being masterminded by Dr. Nictrus Brio, the inventor of the Evolvo Ray. Brio was responsible for our misunderstandings in the past. He forced me to assist him in his plot for world domination, and he's at it again. He will attempt to stand in our way. Be on your guard, Crash. Use the platform to deliver the crystals to Engine.
Okay. How can I put this? Aside from the fact that the creator of Homestuck is not very good and has done some bad things, like all the debacle of the like Hive Swap Kickstarter and all that. Aside for all that, it's like a 1,500 page story told over 8,000 pages. Like, it has some really good characters, a whole bunch of charm, an interesting setting, interesting things happen, and it is way longer than it earns. Like, its biggest crime is that it doesn't have an editor, you know what I mean? And it's funny because, like, some of the writing is terrible, like, toward the middle, and it becomes a huge drag. And then... oh no, Hussey has always completely retained the rights. In fact, he is so obsessed with having the rights that he's tried to keep the rights to fan works, too. Anyway. Basically... it badly needed an editor, and toward the middle it becomes really terrible. But then at the end, there is some of the best character writing I've ever encountered in any piece of media, and some of the most poignant points that I've ever seen represented in media. The end is really good. But even then, the writing is always twice as long at minimum that it needs to be. And, you know, that's the problem. It just really needed an editor. Also, they're doing an animated series now, but it's nothing like the original. Like, the characters are all wrong. It just seems like another Vivzy Pop thing. Which makes sense because it is. But, like, it feels like that writing instead of Homestuck, you know what I mean? But yeah, there's an extremely long series of blogs by a man named Giovanni, Giovanni, that tell all the whole story of the debacle of the Hive Swap Kickstarter and why that was really bad, as well as the recent controversy over Hussey killing the project to preserve Homestuck, to basically claim it himself, and how that was really screwed up. I will say Toby Fox's involvement was one of the most interesting things. Like, Homestuck's music and animation is consistently really good. That's the weird thing. Even though it's often unintelligible. Like, there are several places in the story where the story just stops to give you an extremely long recap. And the recap always has a bunch of stuff in it that's like, how the hell was I supposed to figure that out? I can't read between lines that aren't there. But Homestuck is really interesting. I just would not recommend reading it to anyone, and if you do, don't do it the official way because the author is such a... yeah. Okay, I gotta learn whatever this phase is. But yeah, it's way longer than it needs or deserves to be. And if that makes it hard to recommend, just like classic Doctor Who. Yeah, no, exactly no credit. I wouldn't even say I loved it, I would say I liked it, and I thought some parts of it were really good. But impossible to ever recommend. But yeah, the fan archive was made by a guy named something like Bombash, as well as Giovanni, the same person I mentioned, the blogger. He knows about that situation up close and personal because Andrew Hussey tried to hire the two, but he wasn't really trying to hire the two, he was just trying to shut down the project. You get what I mean? I wish I could just auto-fire this. Basically, it's one of those classic cases of, yes, there is something there, but it's not worth digging into it to get there. There are a lot of media pieces like that, and yet Andrew Hussey certainly made stuff that people enjoyed, including Homestuck, most of which was had more brevity. Like, Andrew Hussey made the Jandrew edits of Star Trek The Next Generation, and those are really funny and really short. And Problem Sleuth, which, as webcomics go, Problem Sleuth is about the right length. forgot that was coming. Yeah, part of it for me is that I was a huge fan of Problem Sleuth back in the day. I read it, like, when it was actually relevant and, like, being made. And saw, like, the conclusion of it and was super excited for Homestuck. I even immediately took to the Homestuck characters, like, for a bit, Tentacle Therapist was actually my online username for a bit. I had that name on GameFAQs as an alternate account. But I dropped off when it started getting more and more wordy, and I never went back. At some point, apparently that account got banned, which I'm not surprised. It's the GameFAQs account and online messenger account of one of the characters in Homestuck. But yeah, I was reading Homestuck when it was new and got into it like that, but then I just dropped off. And, I guess reading through it in the end was, it was like me trying to avenge part of my youth. You know? I was doing something that I didn't see through as a kid, that's all. And, like, I wanted to understand where Toby Fox comes from more, because it's pretty clear that Homestuck was very influential for Toby. And you can see a lot of that influence in stuff like Undertale and Deltarune. Oddly. Yeah, it is very culturally important, but also nobody should read it. Dr. Eggman looks a little different today. Oh! Okay, game, how was I supposed to know? Thank you for resubscribing, Instigator. Homestuck's music is amazing, though. Especially the stuff by Toby Fox and the stuff by Buzenkai. I sincerely think Doctor by Buzenkai is one of my favorite songs ever.
Like Dr. Cortex said, keep the 20 crystals you have collected to me.
I agree, Space Duck. I agree wholeheartedly on that one. Even if somebody doesn't want to read Homestuck, they can check out some of the, like, big, long flashes that happened in it, and they can still marvel at the sheer effort that went into those animations. Yeah, Soldier, this seems like a interesting boss fight that would be much better if you got a mask for it. Yeah, it's pretty clear that Adobe was not very good at coding Flash. And nobody was willing to try to make a Flash substitute at the time. Or if I had my other move, yeah. Yeah, it is seeing a resurgence, but also, like, again, the author, unfortunately, not a good person. So I can't in good conscience tell anybody to even vaguely support it. Outside of the music, because if you buy the music, the profits still go to the people who actually made it. Thank you for resubscribing, Ams. How are you? Flash sub. He's not as evil as Spotify, that's true. They actually did a big revision of their Bandcamp to make sure more profit would go to the authors and everything. As well as making the music more similar to its original release format after they had changed it for a long while. Oh. Oh. I thought I could maybe jump in front of it and shoot it. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, don't worry. I'm not going to become one of those insanely crazed Homestuck fans that are out there or something. I wouldn't even call myself a fan, but the music, the characters, there's a lot of good stuff there. It just kind of feels like Hussey is one of those people who's too self-absorbed as an author. Like, huffs his own fumes. You know what I mean? The thing about the animated pilot for Homestuck is that it's not Homestuck. It's another Vivzy Pop show. Everybody's saying the F word constantly. There's a bunch of Zoomer humor, which, you know, I'm fine with, but that's not Homestuck. And one of the characters doesn't look or act at all like that character. One of the main characters. It's a very weird pilot. It seems more like they were trying to target a new audience with it. But, like, it feels like that's missing the whole point when Homestuck at this point is 2000s nostalgia, right? "2010s nostalgia, same difference." I don't really have a strong opinion on them. I think they're fine for what they are. It's not really for me. Yeah, Problem Sleuth rules. I can openly recommend Problem Sleuth to anyone, as long as they use, like, the unofficial Homestuck collection to read it. Did I do it? I did it!
Master Cortex will be very displeased with your resistance. Prepare to suffer his wrath.
The hydration
This
reminder.
is the ultimate.
What is your problem, Bandicoot? I will not ask you again to bring me the crystals.
Dude, he's trying.
5 crystals crash and bring them to me.
Yeah, I think Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff would have made a very funny show. I warned you about adaptations, bro. I warned you. Piston it away. For some reason, I'm all sweaty today. It would need the visual quality to degrade over time like the comics. It would be very funny if the home release looked like a VHS tape, you know? And then they release a remastered version, but it looks worse. Yeah, that really is the thing, Firehawk. But it's a classic case of separating the art from the artist, because it's not like Andrew Hussey is spending their income from Homestuck on something terrible. In fact, if they supported any cause, it would probably be a good one. They are pro-LGBTQIA and all of that stuff. It's just, you know, them personally. Yeah, you can separate the art from the artist as long as they are not supporting terrible causes. But if your money goes toward terrible things, I think that if you knowingly support that, even knowing that, you can't go, oh, this person is a billionaire, they have more than enough money, mine is a drop in the bucket. Because you have to realize that for them to get there, a whole lot of people had that same thought. But when they're not doing anything harmful, it's... Oh, cow, that's not confirmed. That's just a rumor, so far. And most of the reputable leakers have not commented on it, which to me suggests it may not be true at all. There are 50 rumors about Fortnite of this kind to every true one. It could well happen, I'm not discounting it, but it is far from a proven thing, and it's unfortunate that it was presented as, like, news without any, like, reputable confirmation. Honestly, the thing about Harry Potter is it's not even good. Harry Potter is something I was obsessed with as a kid, but, you look at any of that now, and, what a strangely racist book series with problematic issues. And pro-slavery, unironically, along with anti-Semitic and all kinds of other things? Like, in hindsight, it makes sense that J.K. Rowling is such a problem of a person. It's there in the book. People who still support that things, though, they're, you know, they'll go, oh, I'm not anti-LGBTQ, but I just really love the series and I want to buy this. And it's like, okay, so you're telling me your enjoyment of a piece of media of which you could replace with a different, better piece of media is more important to people's lives. You would trade somebody's life to enjoy this. Just like that chicken sandwich you love so much. One of my favorite jokes in The Good Place is about that chicken sandwich. A character gets to live on Earth temporarily after only spending their time in, the afterlife. And they're like, did you know that there's a chicken sandwich that if you eat it, it means you hate gay people? And it's delicious. And like all of the other characters basically agree. There's a lot of bad actors and stuff like this too. It's important to remember there are people who will straight up pretend that they are supporting a specific cause as basically an attempt to create a straw man of, oh, this side is so terrible, by pretending that they're on that side and they will act the worst they can. People forget that there is that. They forget that people can do that. My opinion is people need to be educated about this stuff. And that the choice they make after being educated about it is what speaks about them. Yeah, no, it is a difficult subject, and I'm pretty hesitant to talk about it, actually, but at the same time, if there is anybody who would leave this stream over me talking about this, they did not belong here. Yeah, the thing about J.K. Rowling is she literally founded an anti-LGBTQIA fund meant to fund basically ostensibly a defense of women's rights in laws, but is actually for removing the rights of trans people in the United Kingdom. And she has strictly said that people who spend money on Harry Potter, she believes that they agree with her. And she expressly puts all of the money spent on Harry Potter into that fund. She has said this. These are things she said. This is not people making crap up. It's literally what she said. And that's what makes her different. That's what makes it a case of you can't separate art from the artist on that one. Material harm. I believe in separating art from the artist as long as material harm is not involved. However, I also don't believe in censorship. It would be a shame if somebody like that had these opinions and we never learned about it because it was kept quiet on purpose by somebody else. Let people tell you who they are. Oops. Howie scream again. That's so good. I love that for this game. Ah, that was scary. Crap. Oh, I'm tiny. And for some reason it sent me back. Did I die? Huh. I probably died. Drinking means death. Oh. If somebody wants to shrink, that's their business. Not level mini. Also, hey, Noel. Oh, I probably should have just attacked it directly now that I landed in front of it like that. Well, that's that. Yay. That's what Cortex says when you lose. Skip it so fast and he goes gay. This is probably one of the hardest levels. I find that very easy to believe. We're in like the last 5 levels, right? That's a rhetorical question. On 100%, this is a nightmare. That's very easy to believe. There's also a great deal of it where it's probably better to use the D-pad. The game has analog support, and in most of the game you want to use it. But whenever you're doing 2D platforming, you're probably better off using the D-pad so you don't accidentally walk off. I've met people who have absolutist capitalist beliefs. You know, stuff like, whatever you spend your money on is your business, and where it goes after that is not your business, that kind of belief. And I just can't feel that way about stuff that I already know for a fact is a problem. Oh, my phone. For some reason my phone's not charging. On. I think I fixed it. What the? It was just changing its mode right then and there. Like, I can agree that it's impossible to know where the money you spend goes all the time, and that we're all contributing to probably terrible causes every day because it's impossible not to. The world's too complicated. But there are cases where you can objectively know. And, if someone still does it, then that reflects on them. Whereas if your hamburger contributes to the creation of a new Gex game, you have no way of knowing that, so it's okay. I think what you do knowingly is what matters. Okay, I really should use the jumping attack on this one. Yeah, nobody can be expected to know the ethics of every single thing that they eat or buy. Nobody can be expected. That's unreasonable. It's just that there are some commonly known cases of if you spend money on this, it goes toward this. And if you know those things and you still spend money on it, that's when it's an issue, I think. Like, oh, I know that this burger is going to result in a new Gex game, but it's so delicious though. Bonus stage, okay. My hypotheticals bother you. Oh crap, I had to do a super jump there and I didn't. There's also 2 boxes back there. 3 boxes. So if I... Oh, there's fan art? I'll check as soon as I'm done with this bonus. Might be able to jump over that nitro if I super jump. Seems like a tough bet, but... Cow. No! Okay, let me pull up this art. Oh, this is cute. This is very cute. Let me pull this up on the stream. On hard drive, you can do it. Ganbare. Stream art source is... Take a look. It's me dressed as Coco Bandicoot. And it's very, very good. Thank you very much. As always, you do great work, Ed. You can see it in the streamer art channel in the Discord. Maybe I should leave this box here. And then... Nope, that's not the right kind of jump there. There, it'll be small. But it'll be there. Yeah, this stage is a small nightmare. There's probably a bigger aspect to it, like the hard section of the stage. That you access through, like, the green skull thing. I really like the aesthetic of transparent plastic, but I'm very well aware of the fact that transparent plastic is less durable. Oh no, I forgot to super jump! It is so easy to forget a step during this. Welcome back. Yeah, I would love to have transparent colored plastic back if they could make it more durable. And I feel like, to an extent, the answer is right there of you could just make it, thicker. You could use more layers of it. But then the cost starts to add up. And you can't do that for everything. There's some stuff you absolutely can't just make thicker. Much as artists may try. Not like that, I hesitated. I needed speed as well. Oh my god. It's tough. Do I even want the bonus? Yeah, crazy I got into this whole conversation just because I was talking about Homestuck. I'll feel cool when I get it. What, you don't think I'm cool already? Oh, darn. Kaboom! At the current rate, it does feel like I'll probably finish the game before, like,
Kaboom!
before it's, like, time for me to end the stream. I don't know what I'll do. Maybe I'll play Sonic Mania or something. See if the last boss is still bugged. Andrew Hussey probably would sue you if you did that. That's the funny thing. And by funny, I mean tragic, but... Crap. Yeah, Adam. That absolutely was messed up. Only bright side is that they're actually posting the comic officially again now, but I wouldn't support it because, you know, the way he is. If he didn't do that, people would be happy to support it. Wah! Yeah, that bothers me a lot, but we're not gonna go into it. Sonic Star, how are you doing? Doing well? Crap. I keep dying in sillier and sillier ways doing this. Oh, don't worry, you haven't done anything wrong, really. I'm just saying we're not talking about it. Much as I absolutely loathe that stuff. I didn't mean to drag the chat down talking about all this stuff. It's been a long tangent from Doctor Who to Homestuck to all this stuff. Yeah. Finally. It is very funny, though, to immediately eat crap after that. What the? Also, if you haven't seen the series The Good Place, it has its issues, but I highly recommend it. It is both very funny and very thought-provoking in very good ways. In my opinion. Well, I wish you luck on your project. Yeah, the ending is the controversial part, basically. That some people may not like that much, but basically the entire journey is worth it. That reminds me, I am planning on playing I Wanna Be the Guy. At some point. I need to remember to put that on my spreadsheet. Maybe somebody else can put it on there. Darn. The checkpoint still counted, though. Hey, Rachel. Yeah, my Scream emote can also be yours. Right now, gift subs are on sale, I think. But yeah, I love the Howie Scream. It's so funny. It is the Howie Scream, right? I sometimes get the screams mixed up.
It's no use!
38 out of how many? Sheesh. Oh, the emote is Aqua, yeah. Rock it. It's very easy to think that the Howie Scream is the Wilhelm. Common thing, I think. Oh. Okay, I see. The controls in this stage are really weird. You have to press cross to go forward, circle to go backward, and like up and down just control your altitude. It's very strange. It takes some getting used to, that's for sure. This is a pretty obvious trap. Bonk. Okay. Aksu. Oh. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. Careful now. Careful. Watch out for that goddamn steam pipe. This guy is probably gonna shoot something at me. I just get the feeling. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ah! The depth perception here is messed up, man. Yeah, I didn't realize. Ah! Huh? I don't... Huh? I'm stuck. Oh. I can't fly back anymore. Get out of my way, dude. There are some spots where you just simply cannot move the way you think you can. It's weird. Careful. Careful. Hey, bees. This looks mean. Okay, it was fine. It worked out. But then it just becomes a normal level at the end, apparently. I knew I would have missed one box. It's probably hidden behind something. Night flight. We're doing this, huh? I'm not sure how I feel about this. Oops. Noelle, thank you for gifting 5 subs. But you're on discount. Thank you very much. I hope the people who got subs enjoy them. Didn't see canaries among them. I know Canary will enjoy that. What the? Yeah, great value. They're Walmart subs. Wait, no. Thank you very much. Noelle is so cool and has like a million cute outfits. So go follow her if you want. Oh man, I can't. Of course. Yeah, she does have a very good follow notification. Even though you can't see it since she's not live. That Tiff thumbs up is very good. I need to get more emotes, but I've had other focuses. And besides, I feel like I don't have enough emote slots for everything I want to do. Goodbye, 1UP. Pressed the wrong button. Well, I pressed the right button at the wrong time. Mitoro. No one will ever see it because you're never streaming again. I see. Tragic. Tragedy. When the feeling is gone and you can't go on. Tragedy. When the morning comes and you don't know why. Hard to bear with no streams to watch of Noel. I lost the message there. Game. Oh crap. I knew there was a hole there. I'm always saying this. The context is not important. So don't worry about it. So far, so good. How do I defeat these? I guess I don't need to. I don't really care. UFOs can mind their own business, I guess. Doctor No Context. Bonus time. Look, if they tell me, take us to your leader, I'll be like, oh, thank God. Oh, I was supposed to slide. I just walked right into it. Ouchie. This bonus doesn't seem too bad. Noted. Boing, 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 boing. Phew. Uh. I bet you guys could feel my heart fall into my stomach. I probably shouldn't go back here because I can't see anything. And away we go. Yeah, having to worry about 2 routes seems like it's hell for like 100% and everything. I can imagine doing it, but boy, it sounds like something truly evil. Sometimes even I don't know what I'm saying. Excuse me. 2 boxes. Don't you get it? We're in hell. Ash 2 crates. That's his name. Oh, another jetpack level. This one feels like it has way more movement. I totally get this being the theme of the last levels and everything, that we're in, like, sci-fi layer, you know? But it's still weird having, like, a level type like this that's basically only at the end. And not having, like, even one jetpack level earlier in the game. Feels weird. You know, Squid. How's it going? The GBA game has one jetpack level per hub? Huh. I'm not sure if that's good on a GBA, but it would have been good here, I feel. Or at least have, like, one vehicle level and have at least 2 hubs have each kind of vehicle. You get me? Of course, that would require at least 6 vehicles. At least 6 hubs. Winter suddenly showed up? I like Winter, she's nice. She usually shows up during Oil Ocean. Yeah, that's how I feel about it, Andy. Ow. I knew someone named Snow once as well, but they were not a good person. And that's all I'm gonna say about that. You'll make me blush, Noelle. Ow. Thank you, Mauve. How are you? You're tired? I think we're all tired these days. Hey, Cody. Thank you for appreciating me. Uh-oh. Do you guys want to see me blush? Is that it? Here. I'm blushing. How is that? Man, it is so hard to judge the distance here. Dark mode. Man. What a strange place to be having trouble. It's okay, there's always the bod. You know, blush on demand. And I cannot understand the depth of this at all. It wasn't too hard to understand it before, but this part... I will accept the Mercy Mask because good grief. And of course, I still get it. The moment I have Mercy, I don't get hit. Ah! Oh, this looks mean. What the hell? I'm just gonna take my hit and go. And my Chaos Emerald. This level requires the 3D glasses. Put on your 3D glasses now. I should hydrate. Spaced out. So that's the last level, huh? Well, not the last level, but of this hub. Last level before boss, I guess. Gonna be another jetpack level? I'm only 53% done. Ah, so true, bestie. I'm not even sure if that would actually hurt me. Maybe if I stubbed my toe Sonic the Hedgehog style. That hurts me. Obviously. Boing. Well, there's my answer. I'm not sure the physics work out, though. What? Oh. What? But... Okay. Dr. Cortex just called me gay. Hey, D-Bean. Hey, Greenlow. You know, it's my experience that the majority of gay people are either incredibly sleepy or incredibly energetic. There's no in between. You can jump into it while it's lowering and get crushed. That's pretty funny. Also, welcome, Vespidia. Me getting out of the way just in case. Okay, this one doesn't change, but it's protected by an Arkanoid panel. Oh, this... Okay. Okay. Sure. What in the world was that? Darn, slightly too early. Well, I was right. Suppose that's what I get, huh? Crap. Basically, I had played some Crash 1 as a little girl, but I had never even touched any of the later games. Ha! Okay. Very funny game. Ugh. All PS1 games are Crash Bandicoot sequels. You know, on some level, that could be argued. Taking such unnecessary risks here. Crash Bandicoot has hair. Don't know why, but I've always seen him as a hairless individual. Ah! This is a pretty tough level. But I guess it kind of should be, huh? Ouch, Firehawk. Ouch. Hmm. Hmm. There we go. Your booze only makes Firehawk stronger, FYI. Believe me, I know. Thank you, Anonymous, for picking 5 subs. Thank you very much. Ah, no. Okay, we got the Mercy Mask. That is a very unusual threat. Hey, Whoa, 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 whoa. Huh. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Bonus time. Whoops. It's been a good game. It's significantly easier in most regards than Crash 1, but it also feels like far more developed of a game. Crash 1 almost feels like a game jam project, comparatively speaking. Oh no. Bridge levels, oh lord, I'd forgotten about bridges.
Oh no!
Yep. I had forgotten about bridges. Darn, it's tough to make that jump. That's a good question. I've said it before, but I really wish they would let me have, like, folders for my sound redeems. Or at least organize them in any intentional way.
Two speed, fast and way too fast.
Oh. Train success. Oh, I didn't mean to. My finger slipped so bad that I just spin. Maybe it's better to just do a normal jump? Maybe I won't be as likely to hit the ceiling? I'm not sure, though. I'm not convinced. No, that really is it. It really is as simple as that. Uh-oh. This is about as high, so I don't think... Well, actually... No. That was pretty funny, though. Okay, so I have to ignore the extra life
He was a good man. What a rotten way to die.
if I really want all the boxes. No, wait, that's not true. I have to do this. Good lord. Um... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Crap. My rhythm was off. Basically got this down now, though. Thump. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 1, 2. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, okay, I'm just gonna do the easy thing there and break those immediately. The upper ones, I mean. I don't need all of the Wumpa fruit. I just need all of the boxes. That's all. That's my goal. This is the truth. This is my belief. At least for now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I should have done a super jump. Okay. I know you guys aren't too annoyed seeing the same part over and over. Especially since this would end up being a short stream if I didn't. Not that I'm doing that on purpose, just... You know? People watch roguelikes? Yeah, but most roguelikes have good-looking protagonists. Prove me wrong. Oh, is that so? Ugh. Good gravy. Do people say that? People do not say that. Oh, gee whiz. I'm all the way back here. Oh, golly darn. Good gravy was common where I grew up, instead of good grief. I cannot explain why, because I do not know. Huh. Until just now, I couldn't remember the taste of gravy. I had it as a kid once. Suddenly I remembered the taste of it, but I know there's multiple kinds of gravy, and I don't even know what I had. Hey, Chris. How's the world's most famous red panda? I think it's a good game. I'm not very good at it, I don't think. Oh no, I'm dead again. Oh. Oh. No. You couldn't call me gay because I was small. Hmm? Okay, that felt like a legitimate crush at least. I was like on the edge of the platform. It already gave me the mercy mask. I didn't mean to lose it. There are many places in the US where you can get poutine. A&W, for example. Bum ba bum ba bum bum. Rutabaga. I miss A&W. In the US, they don't have them in this part of the country that I'm in very much. They're less common than they are in, of course, Canada. Quality of food is also slightly different. The Canadian ones have slightly better food. That's what I've noticed. But it's not a huge difference. It just is a difference. I had heard that they were going to open some A&Ws where I am, but it doesn't feel like anything ever came of it. I think somebody got the rights to do it and just never did, you know? Five, 6, 7, 9, 10. You know what Canadian restaurant is interesting, though? Saint Hubert. They only exist in Quebec, and maybe a couple barely in other parts of Canada. Oh no! And they're interesting also because, like, they have both fast food restaurants and, like, full sit-down dining room restaurants, and they have entirely different menus. And sometimes they're combined in the same place, with just, like, a thin wall between or such. But other times they're completely discrete. Uh-oh. No! Hey there, how are you doing? Yeah, I've been using the magical girl outfit again. Semi-frequently. It feels silly to have two outfits and only use one of them. No. We have Tim Hortons where I am. I've always been a magical girl. Basically feel like Tim Hortons is okay, but if it's donuts, I go to Dunkin'. That's the kind of person I am, sorry. Uh-oh. I keep messing this part up. Hmm. I can't believe Automod held that message and called it bullying. Oh my god. There you go, Millennial. Uh-oh. Man, I gotta get this part right. I know I can do it. Basically, if it's donuts, I would accept Tim Hortons, like if I'm on a road trip or something. But my choice is Dunkin'. And I don't particularly like Krispy Kreme. I'm a super taster, and Krispy Kreme's glaze is like a little too sweet. Because I like glazed donuts the most. Cap, what am I doing? I have no idea. I've never had cilantro. So I actually don't know if I have the soap gene or not. Oops. Yeah, I typically take glazed, but I like a powdered donut well enough, or probably unsurprisingly, you can get me one with strawberry frosting and I'll like it, or strawberry filling, that's fine. I would probably eat the Simpsons donut, since that's like strawberry with sprinkles, and the sprinkles would be whatever to me. Oh crap! I thought I bounced 10 times. I probably miscounted. I feel like an enabler because talking about donuts in a stream that Noelle is watching, you know, she's the donut queen and all. It seems like, I don't know. You would be surprised how much I can put away when it comes to stuff like that, though. When I have donuts, I usually get a dozen of them, and I will eat it all in one sitting, maybe two, on my own. I can put away a lot of food sometimes, which is funny because I have trouble gaining weight. Frustrating for me, actually. Uh-oh. How bad is the crash out after 12 of them? Not as bad as you would think. I don't really get sugar crashes. I'm also immune to the effects of caffeine, the stimulant effects. Which you'd think would be a good thing. But if I need to stay up for something, not even an energy drink would do much for me. If I have to drink an energy drink, though, I drink Rogue Energy. You can get a discount using my code. Rogue is tasty, that's the thing. Yeah, it seems like something is just weird about my system in this way, such that I end up being immune to caffeine and also to other stimulant effects, but I'm also immune to like sleeping medication. It doesn't help me the way it should anyway. And like, you know, my sleep patterns are so messed up and everything. Which can't be helped. Like, doctors tried. Hey Tenchi, how are you doing? It is a good game. Uh-oh. Yeah, I have a disorder called non-24 sleep-wake disorder. I love sleep, but I could never keep a normal schedule. Because it's just like physically impossible for me to do so. Yeah, you better give me that Chaos Emerald. You. Crash. Man.
Yes! My plan is nearly complete, and I have you, Crash Bandicoot, to thank for it. Engine? What's happening? What's that? Is he stealing our signal?
Crash! Cortex isn't going to use the crystals to contain the planet's energy. He's going to harness the force and use it to power the super cortex vortex he has built on his space station.
Right, the super cortex vortex.
Will cover the entire world, turning everyone into Cortex's mindless slaves. Crash, don't let him have those crystals!
Engine, you fool! She's telling him everything! Ah, yes. We're back now. Pardon the, interruption. Crash, bring me crystals!
Aye. Remember when I first started playing and there was a save file that just said, ah! That's right, Gnosis. You might have put one extra A in there. Hey, dude, I can't bring you the crystals if you run away from me, dude. It's Doomsday Zone. Excuse me, the Doomsday Zone. You have to say the full name of the zone. And it has the in it. Why is there a surf guitar in this song? Oh. Okay. That passed harmlessly through him. So did that. Okay. Okay, I can hit him directly? Question mark? This is a very nebulous boss fight. Doesn't even take place in a nebula, but it's nebulous. Also, hitting him knocks him really far ahead, so seems ill-advised. And he seems to, like, stay a certain distance ahead at all times until specific spots. There's, like, only specific spots where you can hit him, I think. That seemed like a spot where I might have been able to hit him. Like, there's no sense of actual speed here. The speed you're going basically seems incidental, since it's mostly rubber banding anyway. Oh. Ow. Uh-oh. 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 There we go. Oof.
You haven't seen the last of me, Crash Bandicoot!
Phew.
Crash, what do you suppose happened to Cortex? And what about the Cortex Vortex? It's still up there.
Now, what about the Cortex Vortex? Phew. I'll be back. Hey guys, did I miss anything? I missed some of the credits, oh no. Special thanks, Skip Paul. But what did he do wrong that you want to skip him? I missed Mark Cerny. It's okay, I can always play Sonic 2. And see him in the credits of that. Flop. Hey Hazel. Hey Jax. Hey Flame Chocobo. A whole bunch of people coming in here. Half. So, I beat Crash 2. I am going to go play Sonic Mania. And you guys can stay here, it's fine. Oop. Sega. Read the save file, yes. Hey, JD. I'm just trying to... Just, I'll go ahead and do this. Oh. I do not recall, Adam. What the? Fire in the sky? Whoops. Yeah, we've got a prediction up. You have a chance to win or lose big channel points. The last several times, the last boss has been bugged. And it got stuck. But I have updated things since. It's possible it might not be bugged anymore. It's possible. I do not know. I have not tested it. Irresponsible of me, really, but... Bum, 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 bum. It's possible the bug is worse. You're not wrong. It is possible. Bum, 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 bum. Oh. Ah, okay, fair enough. Meow, 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 meow. Get down here. Not like that. Ba-da-ba. Tails, buddy, what you doing? Hey, War Anvil. I made a zone-based level music mod. I didn't make the music used, but that's what you're hearing there. At the time, I was mostly just surprised no one else had done it yet. But then again, this game doesn't have like a scripting system like the other decomps. So you have to like modify the level files directly to do it. It's a little weird. Oh, I got shot. Much easier to damage boost through this boss than to fight it the right way, if you ask me. There you go, Tails. Ba-da-ba-ba. My understanding is they basically parted on favorable terms. They mutually agreed not to do another game. They had done like mock-ups and stuff. They were thinking about it, but they wanted to pursue their own things. Well, the Mania team. If you mean the old Sonic team, then yeah, I know that'll never happen. Plus, nobody really wants to work with Naka anymore. But yeah, Evening Star didn't want to work on another game. And I respect that. Eat more food. Feed me food. I need food. Feed me food. Going broke on voting for the last boss being broke. I'm really excited to see the results. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Oh no, I'm down here now. Don't panic. Yeah, I'd basically be fine with that, Masumi.
Everything must be.
Ow. The steak nuggets? No, I haven't, but I eat Arby's. That's surprisingly one of the few things on my can eat list. Arby's roast beef. Rachel. Good. Arby's roast beef always looks like it had the life drained out of it by a video game boss that drains your energy and desaturates And yet, it's good.
Everything must be.
Now. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah. You know what? Screw you. Desaturates your beef. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Auto-run! I get it, but... mods allow that. You guys can always tell I am having a blast when I'm playing a game like this, right? You can just see the sheer joy in me, right? This is my dessert after I beat the tough video game. Yeah, Crash 2 is good, I'm just not very good at it. I mean, you guys think I'm really good at games though, right? I'm gamer? I'm very gamer? Ow, my big rings. I will eventually play Crash 3. Not anytime soon though, I need a break.
Yes!
Or I will crash out. That's one of the things that bothers me about Crossworld Space Duck. The music is just not nearly as good as your average Sonic game. And the audio mixing is bad. Crossworlds is a fun game to play after the changes they made, but they should have fixed the audio mixing, man. I am so blessed that I can have like 70 people watch me just make funny noises and play a stupid video game. You don't know how grateful I am. Ja, ball. Es ist gone. Anya. They're green. They taste like gummies. They're fruit flavored. That is not what I meant to do. Hello, Dodums! Thank you for the 100 bits! Always appreciate bits. What is Eggman doing? Thank you for the follow. Lights, camera, action. I went to a T-Lope set when I was at MagFest in January, and it was really good. It was not at all what I was expecting, but it was really good. There's a remake of Sonic Before the sequel being made? Hell yeah! I wonder if it still has the... I wonder if it's still going to have the, Lilac secret. Where they put our beloved Lilac... Sash Lilac as a secret. I wonder if they'll keep that. Cyclone! You love Freedom Planet? I am so glad when somebody says that. We worked so hard on that game, you know? And the development was pretty rough sometimes. Yeah, the sequel's good. Crap. Well, I'm finally Mach 2. I'd rather be Mach go go go. But I may be able to catch it like this. I caught it at Mach 2. I see. I've never tried Dust myself. Yeah, there was kind of a related discussion earlier in this stream. By the way, I know people already do this, and mentioning it at all feels like begging, but I just want you to know that we've got a discounted gift sub promotion going. Because I gotta use up all those credits before the end of the year is over. There'll also be that during the Sonic Marathon, if I remember. You know, it's just a shame that you can't, like, choose all of the people to gift a bunch of subs to without doing one at a time, which doesn't count for the promotion. Can you imagine if you could gift 5 subs to 5 specific people? But I can imagine that being a UX nightmare. Aw, I'm sorry to hear that, Gaijin. How are you doing, though? Ow! That hurt. Do you ever think about how this fight is clearly based on before the sequel or after the sequel, whichever one it was? Before the sequel and after the sequel are fan games, made by Lake Pepper, who would go on to make Spark the Electric Jester. Which I highly respect, of course, as somebody who's worked on a well-known Sonic fan game that became a proper game myself, Freedom Planet. press down? I guess I didn't. I'm still getting used to this keyboard. Ah! Yeah, but one of the bosses in one of them specifically has the red and blue missiles thing, interestingly. Thank you for the follow. A remake of Lake Shepard's third Sonic fan game would be great. That's just what Spark the Electric Jester is, though. Kind of. I played it right before I played Spark the Electric Jester, and I was just like, wait, this is kind of the same game, what the heck? Which makes sense, but it's funny. Of course, Chrono Adventure had that whole, open world-ish thing going on, but it didn't work too well. It was confusing and it didn't add a lot to the game. Sometimes game concepts get rejected because, you know, they weren't working too well. Supersonic was not worth it, yeah. I don't know if I'll end up getting Supersonic while we play this. Bump, bump, bump. Bump, bump, bump. Bump, bump, bump. He looks so sad and dejected, that poor thing. That poor Badminton. I'm okay at the UFO stages, but it's a matter of actually trying to find them and everything, right? That's how I feel. Can't go up there that way? Okay. It's really the encore mode ones that get me. Those ones can get brutal. Of course, with a couple of these, if you don't remember to take the shortcut almost every time, you'll just lose the UFO and never see it again. And this is one of those. Zoom! Zoom, zoom, zoom. Uh-oh. It's okay, this worked out. You played Mania on your new 3DS. Huh, was there a 3DS version, or did somebody port it? I don't remember there being... Huh. I guess I just don't know, though. I'm assuming it's a port that somebody did. Yeah, I'm playing the decomp, but I didn't know that there was a 3DS version. Hey, Muteki. How's it going? Is there a good reason to use the decomp instead? If you want to use mods that support the decomp, because there's entirely different mods depending. Largely, though, not a lot of huge reason. I think the graphics APIs are also different. So it's possible that one can run better than the other. But basically, not a lot of compelling reasons. Unlike these other versions, like Sonic 1 Forever, Sonic 2 Absolute. $77.33. Oh. And yeah, you can use offline save data and stuff like that. There is the catch that you can't use the Plus DLC unless you either compile it yourself or have one of the DLL mods that properly replaces the online service. Firehawk would probably have no problem, though. Yeah, it is a sound only Sonic fans would know. Here's your favorite, Firehawk. Oh, that's right. Careful now. Careful. I don't remember this stage too well. Pretty much any of the time I'm here. The unfortunate thing about the Sonic Mania decomp is it doesn't have scripting support. So, for example, character mods that actually have like different abilities and stuff require a separate game DLL that's, you know, been compiled specifically for the mod. And that also means you can't use them together. This is not a problem that the other Sonic decomps have, since they are script-based. And that means if you want to play, like, say, playable Amy version of Sonic Mania, you have to get the mods DLL and use that to replace the game DLL, and that means that your game's going to be outdated. Like, it would definitely be possible for the decomp to get converted to script-based, but nobody has done it. Hi, Lance. How are you? I never played any Sally ROM hacks, I don't think, interestingly. You'd think I would've. Oops. Ah. I was trying to go into the wall. I don't know if there's actually a big ring there, but it felt like there. It's really annoying to find big rings in Flying Battery. In my opinion. I don't think so, Millennial, but I don't remember. I don't have them memorized like I do the Sonic 3 and Knuckles ones. Based on the cancelled Sonic Mars, huh? Yeah, I basically haven't memorized Sonic Mania's ring locations. Just never have. There's 2 of those in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. That's 2 of them. And I do mean just in Flying Battery. There's 2 of them that you have to push spikes to get into. Insane, right? Give me that. I love having lots of rings. I don't care about diamond rings, though. I only like sapphires. Sorry. That's not the right gate. Come on. Do you ever think about the fact that we've made completely authentic synthetic diamonds, and somehow people will go, no, I don't want that. The cruelty is what makes them nice. Yeah, I don't think most people can tell the difference at all. Well, my run of Sonic Adventure 2 that I did before was somewhat modded, stuff like the retranslation mods and the Dreamcast fixes. But, I'm sure there's some pretty crazy stuff out there. This feels like it would lead to a ring, but it probably doesn't. And I like all kinds of sapphires, including rubies. Oh, switch is there. Okay. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Loop is way too short. There we go. This is where the stages start to get a little trickier. Less of a sure thing for me. But if I can get to Mach 3 quick enough, it'll be okay. Getting there. That ought to do it. No problem. No problem. There we go. You're so bad at the 3D stages. I'm okay at the first set, but man, the Encore mode ones. There's no physical way that that spike could be pushable, but remarkable for being on its own. Ow. I like superstars, but I also get it. A lot of people don't like boss fights that involve waiting, even though Sonic's actually always had that. Not constantly, but it has. And it's weird because, like, my feelings on it were playing it multiplayer. The stages felt like they weren't designed for multiplayer, but the bosses did, and they weren't just tedious in multiplayer. Not that the stages were unfun in multiplayer, just that the way multiplayer works is kind of silly. Also, the last bosses are really tough, but in a way that I find quite interesting and rewarding. Once you actually beat them, you feel like you accomplished something because you did. I didn't consider them a chore, but I like stuff. I like tough stuff like that because like they're pretty fair. They're just mean. It felt like something you'd see in a fan game, but I liked it. Thank you, Xanthus, for gifting 5 subs. Thank you very much. And I hope those that got subs enjoy them. Such as Phoebe. Well, you see, clearly only male hedgehogs can go super, but female of any other race is A-okay. Ay ay ay. This boss is kind of tedious, but I don't mind it. Clearly the real answer is that female hedgehogs only need the normal emeralds to go hyper. And if they get the super emeralds, they go ultra. Obviously. And here we are in the Freedom Planet zone. Not literally, but it feels like it. The color scheme, the style of music, it all screams Freedom Planet. I've never seen Hypersonic as important because Hypersonic is ultimately not that different from Supersonic, and sometimes Supersonic just has the abilities that would be associated with Hypersonic. But I get the whole idea of rewarding the player for the extra emeralds and everything that allowed it to exist. But basically, I don't see it as a huge deal, but at the same time I get wanting it back because, like, it's something from a lot of people's favorite Sonic games, right? I feel like Evening Star may have said that they were wanting to do Hypersonic or something, but that they weren't allowed. I don't remember. I could be making this up. It's only from my recollection. Funny how this became like an impromptu Sonic stream with me talking about Sonic like I always do, huh? I'm back on my bullcrap. This is so silly. And I don't know anything about giant ring locations. I thought Crash 2 was overall better than the first game. I enjoyed it more. The first game feels like a game jam game by comparison, is how I put it. But at the same time, I did like Crash 1's really brutal difficulty a lot of the time. And Crash 2 didn't have much of that. It's interesting how much different they are in terms of difficulty like that. The way T-Lopes uses guitar in this track really reminds me of how my sister Leilani did in Freedom Planet. We don't really talk anymore. We are estranged. But she's my sister, so I'm always gonna care. I hope so too. I really hope so too. Hello, welcome. Yeah, I was really late into Crash 2 at the end of the last stream, but I got so tired. I'm not super shocked that I beat it in just a couple hours. You know, Gnosis, that's an interesting thought. Asbestos, oh no! Wow. Funny how Ken Penders is like the one man out there who was so much of a mess to deal with that a franchise would rather just never attempt certain things again than risk having to deal with him again. Even though they don't have, you know, he completely... Like, he doesn't own half the stuff he thinks he does outside of his characters and all, but he acts like he owns so many concepts of Sonic. Like, he seems to think he owns the idea of Echidna tribes and stuff like that, you know? And, like, you could see the shift in, how Sega would just avoid certain ideas entirely. And yeah, like, Ken Penders thought he owned the rights to the idea of evil Sonic. There's a lot of stuff like that. It's nuts. Like, at the moment, he's been re-releasing Archie Sonic comics without Sega's permission, and it's pretty clear they just don't want to touch it. It's pretty clear that he's doing it illegally, but they just are like, you know what? It's Ken Penders. Why would we want to deal with that? Yeah, Archie Comics doesn't exist, and, like, he's working with, like, the people who worked on those stories, but he doesn't have Sega's permission, and that makes it not legal. It's one of those things. Although Sega are not particularly a litigious company to begin with, they are usually very happy to enable stuff when it comes to Sonic. The thing is, Penders has never actually won any IP or anything from Sega. He only owns his characters. But he thinks he owns a lot more than that. And, like, Sega never had the rights to those characters to begin with because of, the arch-iconic agreements were really weird to begin with, and kind of screwed up. Most of it was, basically, you do your thing, we'll do our thing, as long as nothing weird happens. It's also not exactly the case that he even won that lawsuit. It's more just that Archie didn't. It's a very funny situation how that went. And not in a good way. Whoops. That was bad. I'm finished. But yeah, it was surreal. There were many odd things about it. Yeah, I can't imagine that he's making enough money to actually just live off of that. But I figure that he has other sources of income from his, storied past, I guess I would say? What the? Is this the closest pair of giant rings ever? What the heck, man? So weird. That sure is interesting. Well, anyway, it's going much better this time, at least. There's also a lot of stuff about Pender's lawsuit that didn't come out until later that's pretty interesting. From a legal perspective, that case was a complete and total cluster bomb. Smoked pork? Neat. I've never had pork. I've had ham, though. Cause I like ham and cheese omelets. What the? Oh no! I didn't mean to go into the bonus stage. I love pinball, but I don't have any particular reason to be in this. This bonus stage is much more meaningful when you are, What kind of cheese do I like? Usually I just have American cheese on them. They should make a new Spinball because Pinball FX physics are good. That's one of the strangest reasonings I've ever heard, but I don't mind. Also, I'm a pinball fanatic, just so you guys know. As if nobody knew that already.
You'd be cranky too.
Wow,
if you had a
have
spring
all the
for a
pinball
nap.
tables in Pinball FX? Wow. I I have all the tables in FX2, FX3, FX, and of course, the Pinball Arcade. Yeah, not a fan of Farsight. You know, Circus Voltaire is permanently glitched in Pinball Arcade. They never fixed it. The randomization doesn't work. So it's the same judges and everything like that every time. They took a table away from you that you won in a contest. That sure sounds like Farsight to me. That's 1000% something they would do. Yeah, the Switch version. It's unfortunate that it's like that. What's my favorite Shinobi game? I've only played The Revenge of Shinobi, so I guess that one so far. I have zone-specific themes set, so like you get the you get different stage clear music for every zone, and extra life, and super, and invincibility, all that. Yeah, Farsight did give us the Genesis version of Action 52. I remember telling Roto that, and he was just like, what? Yes, this is the decomp. Yeah, it's an entirely different game with entirely different sub-games. There is very little resemblance between the two. Aside for their quality and their nature, you know what I mean? It has 2 CD stages. Yeah, but the Genesis one is higher quality, which isn't saying much. Not that I'm the most prolific musician, but I also consider Sonic CD to be one of the big inspirations to me when it comes to anything about the music. I love both soundtracks, but I feel like, I've said this a few times. I feel like the Japanese soundtrack feels more like a proper game soundtrack and fits the game better. But I feel like the US soundtrack is a really good album to listen to. And just, close your eyes and feel things. Yeah, it's all really good, Aubrey. There's a fair amount of dark industrial type of stuff in the US soundtrack, which gets really interesting. Good night. Yeah, it's got that evil clown music, as I have called it. Welcome to the Dark Carnival. Oh, the Saturn rules. I love that system. It's a shame it didn't live longer, which, you know, it's a mess. I maintain that if Sega had been able to get both sides to actually listen to each other, then regardless of if they had done the 32X or the Saturn, as long as they had only done one of them, it would have worked out, and we would probably have gotten a Dreamcast too. The Dreamcast wouldn't have died, I don't think, because, like, it really is the fatal mistake of making two systems that competed with each other because both sides had egos and wanted their version to be the one, and neither would compromise. That resulted in things being that bad for the Dreamcast era to happen the way it did. The Saturn also isn't as bad of a system to work with as people make it out to be, but you would think so if you only looked at the English documentation. Because, and this is a thing that happened several times with Sega, Sega of America absolutely had to make their own documentation instead of translating the Japanese documentation, and it is significantly worse. It's insane how that goes. Wasn't that an issue with the PS3? I don't know, but I've heard that it was. The PS2, that makes sense. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. A monster that eats its own head will eventually die. Well, I couldn't find a big ring here. Yeah, I find it easy to believe. They did a lot better with the PSP documentation, which I have seen and worked with, but you know, I had a test PS3 for a long time, but the company I was working for at the time, they really ticked Sony off, I think. And Sony demanded all of that stuff back. Very forcefully. Competition, yeah. Zabba-da-da-da. Future. Man, I used to know the big locations in this act. The big locations, that's a funny way to put it. bum, bum. That was one of them, by the way. I gotta get in there from below. I'm pretty sure. Come on, Tails. Tails, come back. Okay, not this way. Was it this way? A little further, perhaps. Tails. Come on, Tails. Okay. Probably if I go up through here. Ah. Miles Tails Power, you get your butt down here this instant. Okay, so I can't get there from there. That's for sure. I know I can do it as Sonic, but I don't remember how. Oopsie. Was it like this? Oh yeah. There we go. Oh god, it's this stage. Dun. I do have a couple unreturned dev kits, but I'm not going to say what they are because I don't want the companies coming after me. Hey Sheriff, thank you for resubscribing. Whoa, no, no, no. No, course out. I got wishy-washy and didn't commit to that. If I had committed, it would have worked. Bum, 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 bum. There's nothing here. Ooh, that was not pleasant on the ears. That was a peel dash. Peel dash sounds terrible. in this game. Careful. Huh? I didn't realize there was a bottomless pit there. Gosh, okay. Fine. Oh. Is this sleep again? Ta-da. I sworn there was something here. It's not. I am mostly alright. I beat Crash 2 and I moved on to this. I still miss the original Metal Sonic boss from before they patched it in Plus. Which, you get that even if you don't have Plus. Even if you're not playing Encore mode. Ow. Man, I'd almost forgotten about the prediction, but we're getting there. It's gonna be interesting to see how it all works out. I bet some people probably bet most of their points. Ow. Uh-oh. Oh, you're silly, Desi. Yeah, that basically means that a different moderator or the streamer herself has to decide what the result was. Which makes sense. Because otherwise you would be able to just set up a prediction and immediately set the result to what you bet on. Opa. I love the Hydro City music. Hydro City Act 2 is my favorite Sonic song. Anti-gambling ads? That's interesting. One could argue that that means they're anti-kick ads. Hey, Jackie. Minos. Thank you for resubscribing. Never been a huge fan of these air bubble gimmicks. They're in a bunch of games. Not a big fan. Couldn't even tell you why. Oh man, I remember that now, Masumi. That was insane. It's Hydro City. Hydrosity is not a word. And most of the Sonic 3 zone names are 2 words. Also one of those questions that fans asked Yuji Naka, and he pissed off the entire community by actually answering them. Because you know there's going to be people who really want it to be one specific way. So when they hear it's the other way, they're like, no, no, that's impossible! Okay, we got Mach 3. We should be able to get the Emerald, as long as they don't go off the side. Never mind. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. We need one more Emerald. Of course, I'm pretty sure the last Emerald stage is the hardest one. I should hydrate. Despite being underwater, I hadn't had any water in a while. I'd ignored this last several hydration reminders for no reason. Which is a very streamer thing to do, right? Bum, 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 bum. No, if you hit Mach 5, a monkey hides in your trunk, along with a little kid. And then Shadow comes up driving a car, except he's in disguise, and insists that he is not your brother, he's the mysterious Racer X. You over here telling jokes that are probably older than I am. Schwarz Brooder. Yeah, that black brother. He sure did call him that. The dark brother. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. The Schwarz Brooderhood. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Opa? Cutscene bubble. Cutscene bubble.
Everything must.
Wow. Sometimes the captions understand me very well, and sometimes it feels like they're not speaking the same language. Although, as I frequently said, my personal belief is that no one speaks the same language as anyone else. Full stop. You may think, oh, we all speak English. Sure. Sure. That doesn't mean we're speaking the same one. It's not even just about, like, regional differences. I think everybody's understanding of words is different than everybody else's. And that's why it's so easy to misunderstand each other sometimes. Yeah, he just murdered Eggman. The Murder of Dr. Eggman. They should make that game as a sequel to the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, Desi, but also my point is just that even if you speak the same dialect, your understanding of it is going to be somewhat different than other people who speak it. This is inevitably always the case. It's one of the fascinating things about language. Because, like, your own idea of language is influenced by the people you've been around, the things you've seen and read, as well as things like, of course, your region, and your personal experiences involving certain words. For example, if you heard certain words in a certain context every time, you will come to associate that word with that context, even if it's not related. Hey, Dr. Dreads. I love this song so much. I would smooch this song. I would give it a big fat kiss on the lips. Would I end the podcast with it? You bet. You bet. Very original idea, though. So don't steal it. Thank you for listening to the Big Sonic Minute, the home of the largest and most food-consuming Sonics in the industry. If you enjoyed this podcast, be sure to subscribe now at patreon.com/hugefatsonic podcast. Thank you. Ow. Right into the spikes. Oh boy. This friggin' stage. It'll either go very well or very poorly. Whoa, no! Final Emerald. How are you doing, super retro gamer? If I were a rat, I would be the big rat that makes all of the rules. Understandable, right? Not that small. Especially not in every way. Just politely fades out. Like me when I'm in a crowd. Hey, Whiskey. It seems we will not be getting the last emerald before the end of Hydro City. Alas. Tails. Tails, you're gonna drown, Tails. Drowning builds character. In the end, he did in fact drown. He did drown. Tails? We got this zone. Guy Cheese Zone. Guy Cheese Zone. I don't know why the captions aren't understanding me as well as they used to. I wonder if... I'll have to pause to check. Yep. Yep, that'll do it. The game audio was on the same track. But only for, like, Sonic Mania specifically. I should check my other audio settings later to remember that. One of my moderators like sent me a message to remind me about that. At least we have the easiest big ring ever. The easiest big ring ever. Right there. Okay, we're Mach 2 already, encouraging sign. May not even need Mach 3 this time. In fact, getting it might be bad. It might make me too fast. The other of the two speeds. Uh-oh. Got it! Dun, 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 dun.
Two speeds. Fast and way too fast.
And now I can just focus on beating the game. Hell yeah. Everybody's super Sonic racing. Gotta keep your feet right on the ground. Warp. Warp. This boss always reminds me of Freedom Planet, even though I know it's just a giant caterpillar. No, my one ring. I was going to rule them all. I was going to bring them all. Give me treats. I wanna fly high so I can reach the highest of all the heavens. Somebody will be waiting for me, and I am gonna fly highest. I'm going up.
This is the ultimate.
Up, 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 up. It's nice to just focus on finishing the game now. Oh yeah. I love that, making the triple trouble sound. Yep, it's Fang the Sniper. As opposed to my friend Fang the Caveman. Ba, 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 ba. Bang! Off to Oil Ocean. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum. 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 There's a big ring there. It wouldn't hurt. After all, why not? Why shouldn't I have it? It doesn't want me to have it. Whee! I wonder where Winter is. I miss Winter Tails. I miss her a lot. I almost became a supersonic sandwich. Supersonic can die by crushing. And now Oil Ocean is on fire. Honk. Honk. Yeah, I'm sorry that you're getting, gambling ads. Hopefully the audio is fine for you now. Everyone, does the audio sound fine? Okay. Just making sure because of old audio bugs. I remember removing the workaround I had for the audio bug that used to happen recently. And hopefully it won't, yeah. I just wanted to make sure because of the fact that I removed that and I was never fully confident that the bug was gone. A high-pitched beep every time I jump? Hmm? That's interesting. Back mode. Enjoy the Sonic 2 super music while it lasts. Can't see anything. Can't see anything. Oh my god. The fire just mysteriously went away. I wouldn't mind Sonic 3's super music if it wasn't such a short loop. Jun did a good job of composing the Sonic 3 super theme, even if not arranging it, is my opinion. So I like the Genesis remix versions of the Sonic 3 Invincibility music that Jun did. But not his version of it. What a strange transition this is. What? Ow. I love Lava Reef's music. Anyone else?
Everything must be.
Ow. Not what I meant to do. See, it's such a short loop. Well, this is the Sonic and Knuckles Invincibility music. Which is bad. Whoosh. Zoom. Yeah, he slurps them. They just get immediately vacuumed and become 50 rings. It's so good. on, Sonic. You can spin dash, come on. There you go. I just have to stay here pretty much. Well, I gotta make sure it does all of the spots actually in order to die. Get wrecked. Ow! What the heck? No! That boss is just like, not so super now, are you? God. Yeah. Meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Wow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. 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 Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Can't go through the Knuckles path. That makes sense. Oh, thanks, Tails. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. There we go. Tails, you missed. You missed, Tails. Bum, 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 bum. I probably should hydrate, huh? She says, and then proceeds to do nothing. That baseline, though. That baseline. Out of... Don't spit your kid at me. Hi, Tails. How's everyone feeling? We're getting too close to the end. Yeah, it'd be hard to be around here and not get a bit of a crush, right? Mm. Ow! Carefully now. All side. Tails, do your job. Beat the boss. That's your job, Tails. I'm paying you to do it. Granted, I'm paying you in not starving you in a prison, but that's... You don't have to get technical. Oh, right, I forgot that it does this. Which is pretty cool. I feel like this would have fit in well in the Sonic 1 boss. It made that fight a little more exciting. Oh. Bow. Teleportation, yeah. Zabba-da-da-da. You can't do anything, so don't even try. Get some help. Don't do what Sonic does. Little baby Sonic. Dr. Eggman, you're so funny. I wonder. Nope. No special sprite for Little Supersonic. It would have been so funny if that actually existed. Instead, it was just Yellow Sonic. Can't blame a gal for trying, though. It's looking like I'm gonna time travel, you know? Supersonic in lowercase. Uh-oh. Oh, right. It's just an Eggman monitor. Can't be hurt, so what am I afraid of? Gachapon, 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 gachapon. Gachapon. Including the most vicious Sonic boss of all, Amy Rose. Repetition, yeah. Da-da-da-da-da. I always see Titanic Monarch as having like a big ribbon on his head when I see this. On the back of his head, like, you know, like a huge red ribbon. The Red Ribbon Army. Rare appearance of me in the dark mode without the jacket. It's close to the colors of my original model that I made myself. Is basically the thing. with dark mode. Na 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 na. Oops. Okay, okay. Getting those logos out of the corner of my eye makes them look like hamburgers. They're hamburgers. Hamburger. Ah! What? But... What? Mr. Ed Robo, sir? Ma'am? Careful now. Easy now. No, no, no. Not very fond of Titanic Monarch. Nothing's wrong with it, it's just annoying. And this is how you kill the most annoying boss. You just murder him to death. Yeah, I certainly know that. And we're in Act 2, where we will get the moment of truth about the predictions from much earlier in the stream. Yeah. Nope. Oh, the last several times I've played Mania, the last boss is bugged out and made the game uncompletable. It's wild. There's any number of reasons why that could have happened, but I don't know, honestly. It broke full screen mode? That's weird. Well, you can always get the decomp. Okay, one down. Whoopsie. There we go. That one is so finicky. Sonic, please. Ow. Okay, that's one more down. Give it the $5 gamer. No. Your support means a lot to me. Ow. I still say that's a hamburger. But if you buy the Eggman hamburger, it doesn't result in a new Gex game being made, so it's okay to eat it. Oddly. I going backwards? No. Oops. And that's 3 down. One more to go. So precise. That's okay. That's okay. Well, that's not okay. I plan to go super. But. Oh, here we go. Moment of truth for all those prediction voters. Titanic Caution Monarch. Titanic Alert Monarch. Yeah, I know, I have to accept my fate. And you might be surprised, it usually happens pretty late into the fight. Uh-oh. Hmm. Yeah, sorry about that. I had to alt-tab to set the result. Right, don't use the dash, I remember. The dash is a terrible trap. $10 points? Oh no! I think it's much more of a threat than Eggman. Eggman isn't even trying to hurt Sonic, really. Just delay him. Well, the other thing is trying to kill. And somehow, somewhat successful. Ugh, if I'm gonna take hits anyway, I may as well just go right for it, you know? Like, if I get hit, I may as well use the Mercy invincibility to just hit him back. That's how I feel. Yeah, surprisingly, it was fine this time. Phew. Sonic Mania. Thank you for resubscribing, Dan. For many, many months now. Gosh. Yeah, almost. Getting there. Yeah, somehow it didn't glitch this time. So everybody who bet on that was very lucky, considering. Well, everyone, I'm exhausted. We're gonna go off on a raid. I want to raid VTuber, who is playing Minecraft. If you are watching unsarlene.tv, use... Whoops, I typoed. Use this link. Anyway. I will see you all later. I had a good time. Good night as well. All of you.